No, I'm not muted. I'm just don't feel like talking to you. Alrighty, guys, got my coffee. Good to go. You guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Good. Just taking a look at our stats here. Majority damage coming from Avenger Shield. Obviously not in boss fights. Boss fights mainly Judgment. Well, to a lesser extent, Shield of Righteous. Good. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing more World of Warcraft. We're going to be continuing with our mythics. We're basically locked to everything now except Iron Hold or something like that. So, yeah. That means we're going to be starting on keys, I guess. Yeah, because we can. And because that's basically we're locked and we can't do anything else, so. Yeah. There isn't really an option anymore. I was on the right tab. Why is this even a thing? Why do I have to go here to find raid information? What the fuck is this shit? This literally should be merged into this tab here. This shouldn't be here. This is like your friends list and like social. This should not be here. This should be over here. Hey, Cuddly. Crafting the wares. We don't have enough primal essence to make a weapon, and I don't really give enough of a shit to make anything else other than a weapon, so I'm not going to bother with it. I don't have any plans to level up professions, because basically professions are one of these things where everyone, like, people want to do professions so much that they market themselves out. There's too many people doing professions and not enough demand for professions, which leads to a negative influx. You basically pay other people to craft, is basically what it comes down to. Crafting wars in the world, what's that? You're just taking craft from the end of war and attaching it in front of war? I mean, you did, I guess you did a thing. You did do a thing, it is true. It is true. I thought that might be some sort of relation to what we were talking about or something. No. Okay. We're short like one dungeon here, too. I don't remember the name, which one we're off here. People, like, Blizzard really needs to redo this UE. It's fucking dumb. This should just be in the dungeon finder. This shouldn't even be a thing. This is... what are we on, even? We did Brackenhide last night. It took a long time. There's a lot of fucking trash to clear. But otherwise, it wasn't super bad. Assuming you interrupt the fucker that shouts. That's it. You just have to do the interrupt. Interrupt. Vault. The Azure Vault? Yeah, the one we haven't done is the Azure Vault. Which we'll probably do tonight. I suppose, guys. Good. Mm-hmm. As it goes, right? I guess we'll take a look at... Uh, take a look at the tubes. And do an upload and do the Reddits and see where we go from there. Oh, we got to cover Overwatch patch notes as well, guys. Those are happening tonight, so yeah. Good, good, good. Nothing really worked. Willow, it's a total disaster. Oh, I gotta watch that. I gotta fucking watch that. Nothing really worth, I don't think it's worth making a complete video. On Overwatch patch notes. Good. But anyways, yeah, I don't think it's worth making a highlight on the Overwatch patch notes. Let's take a peek here real quick. So, they made Doomfist slightly less annoying. They nerfed him a bit because he was having issues with being too CC heavy. I don't really think he needed to, but they tweaked Doomfist further. This is rare, by the way. Normally, they don't actually go out of their way to do like patches in the middle of the season. They kind of stopped doing that for whatever reason. They decided that they have to be less there you go. Aggressive with their patching schedule. I don't know why, because they definitely need to. There's some problems in the game that they have to address right away, and they don't. That's a problem. Good evening, Mary. So a couple things that they adjusted here is they made it so he's less CC. Well, just lowered basically his synergy between his cooldowns. Nothing really super spectacular. He's still going to be pretty meta, I guess you could say. Orisa, on the other hand, she got some quality of life buffs with Terra Surge. That's her ultimate. I guess it was stopped from barriers before, because that makes complete sense. Damage fall off is now better on her her blaster. I looked over these lightly earlier today. Good evening, KSA. Damage fall off is decreased from increased, excuse me, from what it was. So basically, she does damage further out. I don't know if that's ever been a huge part of why people just don't play her. She's just really, really tanky. The cow's always very tanky. Ramada got buffs because no one was playing him because he was universally just regarded as being bad. Now he's a little bit more tanky, and on top of it, he actually can... he's a little more aggressive, too. Sojourn further got nerfed. Pretty decent nerf to her her railgun. That's really good. Whether or not it matters remains to be seen, but she basically got, some would argue, buffed in the last patch. Yeah, this is a new patch today. It's quote a hotfix. This is not a hotfix. Hotfix are something where you release a patch the next day because you have a game-breaking bug. This is not a hotfix. This is just a patch. Some people call it a hotfix. This isn't. Was there even called a hotfix? No. This is a patch. So she got a bunch of nerfs, or a decent number of nerfs. Her E, so her grenade that her AoE grenade. Yeah, Sojourn is like a bajillion different heroes, and she's very good at what she does. Basically, a lot of good parts of a lot of different heroes. Soldier 76, Tracer, Mei, and then also Widowmaker, all in one character. Yeah, why not? And Disruptor Shot, so her little bubble orb thing on the ground has the slow field's gone from it, which it didn't need in the first place, and it's still fucking broken as shit because it's area denial and does a lot of damage if you stand in it. Power Slide, which is her tracer-like ability, allows her to slide all over the place very far, and still does that, but now 1 second extra. Tracer got nerfed already after the latest patch to her. I don't feel as though she needed that, but she got it. Are they killing Sojourn? I don't think she's killed off yet, but I haven't played since the patch. Patch went live today, so this is... I haven't played her yet. I've been playing Overwatch off-stream, guys, even though I've been streaming World of Warcraft. I've been playing Overwatch off-stream, and as such, kind of keeping up with what's going on in the game, which we're going to be going back to after World of Warcraft, but we aren't quite there yet. Yeah, this is a big one. These are pretty big. Railgun, how much this spread actually matters remains to be seen. I don't think that's the right answer, too. They just had to remove her headshot multiplier. Increasing spread makes it more RNG-like, and that's not something you want on a high-accuracy weapon. Her railgun was supposed to be like a sniper rifle, right? The answer to that is not to make whether or not you get headshot random more random. Rather, they should have just stopped her from headshotting people in the first place and just no spread on her gun, on her railgun, that is. And they didn't do that, so... actually, I take that back. No, I take this back. This is, railgun, I think, is just what they call her primary weapon. Yeah, so primary fire on the railgun. So this is just her normal weapon. It's not the secondary fire, which is the headshot damage. So this isn't as big of a nerf as I thought it was going to be. So they just made it more difficult for her to do most 1 damage now, but she's still going to run around headshotting everyone. Good. Yeah. 6 to 7 seconds. Yeah. So this is on her primary fire. It's on her Soldier 76 fire, which she didn't need. She needed to have her railgun nerfed, her rail shot nerfed. Her alternate fire that insta-kills you, that needed to be nerfed more. And they did slightly, and it's still not enough. Yeah, and this is not what makes her super OP. And if they continue to nerf this and just leave her railgun super OP, she basically becomes a Widowmaker, only better. She's already Widowmaker, only better. That's why I said she's like 4 characters in 1, you know? But I don't know. Blizzard likes doing things other than what you're supposed to, and I think some of it stems from them just not wanting to do things people want them to do, and just being like the stubborn ass, right? And it kind of hurts them. They do this in a lot of their games where the developers like know they should do something, they just don't do it because they don't want to do something that people suggest. Like World of Warcraft took them forever to add transmog to the game. Yeah, took them forever to add transmog, and they added it, I believe, at the end of Wrath of the Lich King is when they added transmog to the game. And people bitched up a storm about that for years. End of Wrath of the Lich King, by the way, is like 6 years after launch. BTW. Yeah, it's like 6 years after launch is when they finally added transmog to the game, even though it's been in other MMOs up till that point. That's why people keep asking for it. And they're like, no, we want each tier to look unique and people to be able to see what gear you're wearing, basically. And there is some merit to that, but at the same time, people really love transmog in World of Warcraft, and it makes a lot of sense. A lot of people just play dress-up. I would argue that's what the majority of the subs were doing. The people still playing their game after the launch of the expansion pack were literally just playing dress-up and trying to get pets. There's tons of people that just collect shit. And that's all they do. They're altaholics. They just collect stuff, including alts. And dress them like a fucking The Sims. And that's their enjoyment. And the Blizzard was like, nah. We can't do this. Just silly stuff like that. Sojourn 100% needs to have her railgun headshot damage removed. It's just too powerful. There's an entire character designed around that one ability, which is Widowmaker, right? And she has downsides for doing it. Arguably not that many downsides for doing it. And they could do things to make her, like Widowmaker used to be more difficult to play than she is now. As far as quick reaction shots and shit. By scope, how long it takes you to scope, for instance. And, yeah. Railguns, it's gotten to the point, guys, where people are so fucking accurate if all you do is practice aim, that if you have a one-shot character, it turns into one of these things where it's basically almost not even skillful. I know that's kind of blasphemy to say, but if all you're doing is literally just being a turret in the back and just shooting people in the face and that's it, yeah, like you're a neuron connected to a finger, I don't think that really represents the pinnacle of gaming skill. But, you know, I could be wrong about that. Unpopular take. There's a lot of people that say no, like, aiming is the pinnacle of all skill in a video game. I disagree. There's a lot of elements that go into video games, especially if you play a MOBA, go into a video game besides aiming. MOBAs especially, more so because it's two-dimensional, right? So you only have XY coordinates instead of a Z coordinate. Yeah, there's no up and down in MOBA, right? It's just left, right. So, yeah, a little bit different. And there's plenty of skill to be had in MOBAs. Anna got a buff to her healing rifle. I don't think this is a big deal. 70 to 75. She's already in basically 3-shot category on pretty much anyone. I think this is to help with people that are healing. I'm not sure what the extra 15 damage is going to do on 3 shots. I think this is to help her kill people. This is to help her either out-heal or outpace healing when she's doing damage or healing, and I don't know which it is. It depends on the normalized heal rate of healers to figure out what exactly this 5 damage is doing. Biotic Grenade. Biotic Grenade is one of the most powerful abilities in the game, as you guys know, because Biotic Grenade is, it increases healing, it stops people from healing, it causes damage, and it heals. It's 4 effects in 1. Yeah, if you guys didn't know that. It's a very, very powerful ability. And they increase the effectiveness of the healing buff and the anti-heal to 4 seconds. And the anti-heal is a big deal. If you're a tank or someone and you get hit by that, you may just die. You might just die, just like right up. Yeah. As it goes, guys. Anyways, buffed probably one of the most powerful abilities in the game. Not the most powerful ability in the game, though. Now the character with the most powerful non-alt ability in the game is Kiriko's Senzu, or Suzu, which is her bong. It's when she throws the ability at the ground, and it creates an aura of invulnerability and cleanses effects. It was supposed to be originally a cleanse, and it's also an invulnerability effect that lasted a second. This is the one that I have a big problem with. And they decrease the effectiveness by 0.15 seconds. Yeah, she shouldn't even have an invulnerability on her Suzu, because it already cleanses effects off your tanks. It cleanses effects off of basically everything. So if Reinhardt ults, right, it's a CC effect. She can cleanse it off. His ult is completely gone. This is without the invulnerability that it adds. Majority of the ults in Overwatch, which we talked about before, the majority of ults in Overwatch are actually effects that last about 2 seconds worth of damage. And the effect starts, it takes about a half a second for someone to react. They add a second of invulnerability in which they can also heal, and other healers will have time to react in this 1 second window, and then there's a half a second of ult at the end of this. It basically nullifies the majority of the ults in the game, and it's a 15-second cooldown. Yeah, the invulnerability should not be in here, and even if it didn't have the invulnerability, it would still be very powerful, because she would still fuck up Zarya ults. She would still fuck up Mei ults. She'd still fuck up Reinhardt ults. She stops one-shots, right? Not one-shots, she stops picks, where someone's basically trying to kill someone. She teleports their Suzus, and then they're basically alive. And there's nothing you can do, because during that 1 second or 0.185 seconds of invulnerability, there's plenty of time to throw out a heal. I know a second seems like it's a short amount of time, but it's not in Overwatch. They have plenty of time literally to react to what's going on after she does the invulnerability from her Suzu, and people react to it. 0.15 seconds does jack shit, and it needs to be taken out completely. I know. Oh my god, it'd be completely worthless. No, it wouldn't. Zen literally has an ultimate designed around saving people. She has a 15-second cooldown that does very much the same thing. It doesn't put out the same amount of healing, but it doesn't need to when it mechanically does very similar things, which is stopping people from dying, right? You don't need to heal through Zarya's entire ult if all you have to do is hit your Suzu ability and they're just free of it, you know? No one will play it? Bullshit. She still has her rush, she can still cleanse, and she can still teleport to people and drop a cleanse or a heal. Like it doesn't change that much of a thing, make that much of a difference at the end of the day, guys. It seems like it will, and it does in certain cases, but that's not, like, she shouldn't have that ability in the first place. Like it's like fucking Sojourn having 4 abilities built into one, which is her railgun, her fucking Mei ult, her Mei ability, and then she can tracer dash, and then she has a fucking Soldier 76 gun on top of it. Baptiste does have invulnerability. He throws out a thing that you can destroy, and it takes time to come up. When he uses his ability, it's like a second and a half before it goes off. and it's an ability that people can instantly blow up. So it could actually just be destroyed in less than a second. Yeah, but it can be destroyed, and it takes time to come up. There's downsides to it. There's pros and cons. She has no cons to her pros. And her healing's good, too. It's not like she's a shit healer. Like, Zen is a shit healer, right? He's alright, and his ultimate's good, but he's mainly a DPS, and he has kind of there's pros and cons to his character, right? Kiriko does not have cons. Sojourn does not have cons. The only con Sojourn has is the fact that her mouse 1, her primary railgun is projectile instead of hit scan. And as such, it takes time to, hit the target, right? And it makes it more difficult to hit the target. Yeah, Baptiste actually, we talked about this before. Baptiste actually makes sense because he has to drop it on the ground and you can blow it up instantly. What? I mean, that's like saying Soldier 76 good damage is only good if you hit headshots. And, like, there's plenty of healers that don't have really good damage. So just trade-offs, right? Then on top of it, once again, she has a 15-second ability that literally is what Zen has an ultimate for. What is, curiously... I'm having trouble concentrating tonight, too, for some reason. Mortality field. Takes 0.8 seconds to come out. Last 5 seconds. 5.5 seconds, I guess. But it instantly dies. 150 health. So it's basically a tracer. And that is very easy. Majority of teams, especially at higher MMR, know to shoot it immediately, so it dies. Unaffected by defense matrix. Defense matrix can literally eat Mei's ults. Like I mentioned, we've talked about this before. There is progressive power creep in Overwatch in which new characters get more and more powerful than the old ones. Where stuff that would otherwise fuck an entire other character is perfectly fine in the game. So defense matrix from Mei, or from Diva, if you're a Mei and you throw your ult out, she can eat it, and then it's gone. Zarya's ult can just be eaten and it's gone. This isn't even an ult. You can just throw it out and it can't be eaten. Whatever reason. Like if you play Mei, the way of getting around Diva's field, by the way, is to throw the ult right at your feet. If you throw at your feet and it hits the ground instantly, she can't eat it. So, I don't know if there's a time difference there. I don't think even if she has her field on you, she can eat it, but I've also not went on my way to try that. Good Baptiste players can hide behind a wall and vulnerability sticking out. Sure, I've seen that before. But that's also a technique and a skill, and you can also get line of sight on it as a player by going around the side. So... there's counterplay. There's no counterplay to Suzu. Counterplay to Suzu is, hey look, you just fucked my ult. Yeah. Zen's ult heals, but it doesn't matter if he heals or not. If, you don't need to last through the entire ultimate if you can stop basically what's happening with the ultimate. So Reinhardt, for instance, Reinhardt slams on the ground. This isn't, once again, this is why it'd still be very powerful. Reinhardt slams on the ground, Suzu hops in, Kiriko hops in, and Suzu's does her thing, and people are immediately off the ground. The ult is basically nullified completely. Zarya ults, and the team gets stuck in it. She can Suzu, and people just walk away from it as they spread, right? And that's without invulnerability. With invulnerability, they have more time, or they don't take any damage that they might have been already being stacked on them when it comes to it. With Zen, you have to heal through the entire event, right? If there's a Zarya ult, there's a Mei ult, if there's a Reinhardt ult, when people are on the ground, if he ultimates, he doesn't cancel the ult. Kiriko cancels the ult by using her Suzu because of the cleanse on it. And that's putting aside the invulnerability. That's why cleanse is just very, very good, regardless of the invulnerability. The invulnerability just makes it so she can literally just teleport to people and save them and stop them from dying, which is a big deal. When people are about to be picked in a very heated game where no one's dying, you need to be able to pick people, and you can't, because she teleports in and saves them instantly. It just completely fucks up if you try to overextend and push a little bit and apply pressure to one spot. It completely fucks you, because then it usually resets the push, meaning that the player gets healed to full health immediately. And at the same time, you have to get out alive, so it actually turns into you getting counterpicked by trying to take advantage of an opportunity. That's also not good. Yeah. This is a little bit different. Like, he can't just teleport places and put down his immortality field either. He has bouncy cancel jump, but that doesn't get you that far. And you can throw it, but once again, throwing it's going to have distance before it gets to the area, and there's a chance that the players are going to walk out of it. When you Suzu, people can't walk out of the Suzu. Like I mentioned before, people were complaining about Kiriko's Fox Rush, but I really don't think that's what the biggest part of her character is. Not her Fox Rush. It is the most overpowered part. It is the Suzu. It is 100% the invulnerability cleanse that she uses. And she does. And good players are very good at using it, and it completely fucks you up as a DPS. It's unfortunate, but this, like I mentioned before, this is a 15-second ability, guys. It's not ultimate. We aren't even talking about an ultimate. This is a 15-second cast ability. And she can basically nullify other people's ultimates and save picks, like, instantaneously. You're just screwed. 1 second is a long time of invulnerability in the game. It's not even ultimate. She just has it. But I mentioned this before, Kiriko 100% needs to have her invulnerability removed. She can still have her cleanse, which would still be good, like we talked about, with getting people out of Zarya ults, getting them out of Reinhardt ults, getting them out of Mei ults. But, like, just making people do damage, like, stopping them from doing damage, just because she uses a 15-second and then it can reset pushes, is a big deal. Pretty crazy. Yeah, this is not even defensive, by the way. She can use it defensively, but she can also teleport away on top of it. She can teleport out. She needed this, but it's not even that much. It's 0.15 seconds. I don't know why they picked particularly 0.15 seconds, but somewhere this must match up with some sort of metric somewhere, but this is not nearly enough to stop what's happening here with your Suzu. But yeah, Sojourn, whether or not this is enough to fuck her, I don't know. Once again, I don't think it's even... It's not her mouse 1. It is literally her right click on her railgun, her one-shot kills that are what makes her so fucking bad. Broken. I'd even say one-shot kills in general, unless there's a big downside, which Widowmaker kind of designed around it, and she probably should be worse than she is. One-shot kills should not really be a thing in Overwatch unless there's a downside to it. Pros and cons once again. And Widowmaker actually has some cons to what she's doing. Sojourn doesn't. And now they just attach a mercy to her, so when she's like railgunning, she just like one-shots with body shots now or something. Remember that? Let's take a look. I think it's she does more damage or kills faster now when she body shots with mercy attached because of the refire rate. I think that's what it was versus before. But she can't one-shot you in the face. I think she still can with the mercy damage boost. Hmm. So 150. That's a tick of damage away. If she headshots you. There's some shenanigans here. Let's take a look. No, it can one-shot. Can't one-shot anymore. But with Mercy, she can. So she can... It goes up to 130 damage based on the energy charge. And then, of course, she has a headshot multiplier, too. Yep. So, ass tickle away from dying. If she doesn't have a mercy, but if she has a mercy, she can one-shot you. She charges her railgun faster though. Refire faster when she is using her. Alright, anyways, I wanted to take a look at that. They're on the right path, guys. Once again, it's kind of weird that Blizzard is actually taking time to balance, release a balance patch in the middle of the season or start of the season, but they need it. They honestly do. They are not fast enough on their rebalancing in the game. And it breaks things and makes people lose interest in the game because it's broken. They can't just go like, what's the season, like 3 months, 2 months? Yeah, the season's like every 2 months, and like 2 months without a balancing patch when you have characters ruining the meta is kind of, like balancing patches should be like once every 2 weeks or something, depending on how big the impact is of whatever's going on. Obviously, it can take longer for like revamps and stuff. But when you have basically a character just running around breaking the game, it makes people kind of sad, angry, all of the above. They just walk out of spawn and die to a railgun. Yeah. Good stuff, though. Anyways, let's take a look at the tubes, guys. Let's see what's going on here. I wanted to cover the patch notes quick, though. I'll take a look at Widow. We basically looked at the hardware unbox as well as the Gamers Nexus's reviews on 7900 XTX and XT. I did not really agree with the conclusion from hardware unboxed, but many people do. Agree with them, and their conclusion, I agree with their benchmarks, but not their conclusion. Oh my god. They're building a PC live, guys. Wow. Is Andor actually that good? Yes, it is. It is pretty good. It is one of the best new series in the last decade. It's pretty fucking good. And obviously this year. It's pretty good. That being said, in the last decade, there's a lot of good stuff that's come out. Like Better Call Saul was released in the last decade, right? There's better seasons. Some TV series were pretty good, and then they went to shit. When did Game of Thrones start? Like 2008? 2009? Thrones episodes. And obviously season 8 doesn't count. 2011, yeah, so even Game of Thrones, last decade's a long time. Even Game of Thrones in the last decade. Fucking season 8. Look at season 7. Look at that. Season 7 is even when they started dropping off on episodes because they couldn't figure out what to write. Season 6 is when they ran out of R.R. Martin's source material, by the way. And season 7, they're kind of going off some notes and shit that he had, and then season 8 was all on their own. Yeah, 10 episodes, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 7, 6. Uh-huh. Good. Ah, I thought this was the case. I thought this was the case with the thing. It was totally someone with the green screen. It was actually blue screen. I actually thought this was the case because it wasn't CG. Thing's hand did not look like CG. But at the same time, it had this illusion because you could actually see like the top. I didn't know exactly what was going on there. This is pretty good.
Hello, Thing.
We had the actual actor Victor on set at all times. Actual filming process was it's just like working with another actor. You're reacting and he's speaking, he's signing.
Thing is a classic character in the Addams Family canon. The first phone call I had with Tim, he wanted Thing to be derived from an actor, a performer. So we set out to find us an actor who could do the part, somebody who had the right.
So he has a prosthetic on for the top part of Thing.
Look to the hands, who had nimble fingers, was able to do all of these moves. Also,
What? He's darker complexion. Did they put makeup on Thing to make him look lighter? No.
to be, young enough and supple enough to fit in very awkward situations. Victor's a magician by trade. That's what he does. That's how he makes his living. He's never been an actor. So we brought him in and we started doing rehearsals with him to see what he could do and to show him what worked with a walk and what didn't work with a walk. And that first scene he kind of really nailed.
It's pretty hard to create from start to end. Even the way he talks, it's pretty hard to find movements that can express feelings.
Not above breaking a few fingers.
For example, in love or angry. Everything is pretty hard when you do it with a real actor.
Yes, and serial killers.
With Jenna, she accepted it really quickly that she's talking to a hand.
I know I'm stubborn, single-minded, and obsessive.
It honestly wasn't difficult at all. It was more so difficult where if I had to interact with him and I had to pretend he was there and hold nothing.
Did you really think my highly trained olfactory sense wouldn't pick up on the faint whiff of neroli and bergamot in your favorite hand lotion? I could do this all day.
On set, you have to prepare with the VFX guys. They have to see what angle do they use, how is thing positioning, find ways to hide the thing, for example, under a bed. Hey, I can't fit under a bed, let's make a hole in the floor. Hey, I can't fit under the floor, let's raise the whole building in the air, so put him under the floor.
We would need to do CG Thing as well, but only when pretty much everything else failed.
I think the tedious part about it was they had to use a ball and chart for special effects. So every single setup we did, someone would have to come in with a gray ball, silver ball, chip chart with all these colors, and that is when we would kind of slow down in our days a bit.
I'm going to seek help, and I'm not stopping.
Well, you've got a hand on set, and he's acting. And normally, when you talk about a paint out in visual effects, oh yeah, paint out, it's easy. But we're like painting out 90% of the human being that's dominating the shot, and keeping the 10% that's the hand. It's actually very hard to do. It's slow for the crew because they have to light it in such a way that Victor's not casting shadows. You know, so there's a lot that goes into doing it.
This isn't weird at all.
The VFX guys, me, we all tried to make a teamwork for a thing, and what ended up looking like, it's awesome.
It was pretty good. I'd actually say that's one of the better parts of Wednesday, is the acting with Thing. I knew it was a fucking... I knew it was an actual actor. I didn't know how they did it. Because when they do it, if you look at this, they have a prosthetic on him so they can do the shots where he's looking down at the top. Because obviously your hand comes out here, right? So they made it so there's a prosthetic where it looks like his hand's up here, even though his arm comes out here, right? And then they just green screened or blue screened out the rest of it. That's pretty good. That's pretty interesting, guys. Good. 1650 is Steam's most popular graphics card. The Steam survey fucking sucks. I'm going to say that Valve is... Steam survey, much like many of Valve's systems, have kind of been left to fallow and kind of failed over the years. They aren't really good at what they do anymore because no one's taking care of them, which is sad. Reaction to a new mouse, don't care. Obviously, we're going to take a look at Critical Drinker. And I haven't watched Willow. I've heard really bad things about Willow, so...
Truly, the good Lord giveth, and he taketh away. No sooner has Andor come out and raised the tantalizing possibility that...
To be fair, Andor is like one of those series that's like once in a long while, right? You got to pace yourself with good entertainment because it only comes around so long. You can't expect everything to be good because most people are not good at what they do. That's just the way the world works. That's why we have, it's a weighted scale, right? It's not like everything's just good because then if everything was good, then nothing would be good, right? It's like money. If everyone had a bunch of money, then no one has money because what gives money value is what people give it because it can buy stuff because there's scarcity of money, right? Because it's a limited system. Although money itself is one of those things where you have to, there's a lot of variables that go into that, so you can't just justify it that way. But one of the things that makes money worth money is the fact that not everyone has it, right?
Lucasfilm were actually still capable of making decent stuff when the right creatives are involved.
Yeah, when the higher ups at Disney don't give a shit about what they're being made, so they're a little bit lax with their guidelines and rules, with their instruction book for agenda. And at the same time, the writers actually know how to kind of morph it into something that is more agreeable for audiences. Like, it doesn't matter as much.
Then they go ahead and release Willow, and it's pretty much business as usual again. Honestly, it's tough to think of a show that manages to condense so many of the tired, predictable tropes of modern writing into one project. From the gratingly awful, cringe-inducing dialogue to the smug, insufferable characters, the laundry list of diversity and inclusion tick boxes taking the place of actual personalities, the thinly veiled contempt for the source material, and the brain-destroying attempts at snarky comedy, Willow is basically the congealed, filth-encrusted manifestation of every single thing wrong with modern entertainment. And it's not like people were even crying out for a TV sequel to a goofy 1980s fantasy movie.
Not really. I remember Willow, and I'm perfectly alright not having a sequel. That's why I was kind of surprised when they announced that they're going to have a sequel. Because the original Willow movie, the only reason that you might have watched it and thought it was good is because you watched it like 30 or 40 years ago. 30 years ago? 30 years ago.
About dwarves and talking goats that was, at best, a marginal box office success despite being critically panned. I mean, I guess this is what happens when you've annihilated basically every other legacy property you inherited from the far more talented minds that built your studio in the first place. Eventually, you're gonna have to scrape the bottom of the barrel. And so here we find ourselves staring into the diarrhea-splattered toilet bowl of modern entertainment for the last time in 2022, once again questioning the terrible life choices choices that led us here. Anyway, let's get this shit over with so I can go and suffer through Avatar 2 instead.
Yeah. Heard Avatar
So the
isn't
story,
super
if you
amazing.
can even call it that, picks up about 20 years after the events of the movie. Following the defeat of Bavmorda, yeah, that's the name alright, her daughter Sorsha has become queen and married Mad Mardigan, who's suspiciously absent from the show because I guess having a strong, heroic male character is to Lucasfilm what giving real, honest opinions of Disney movies is to Kevin Smith. Keep on crying, Kev. Maybe one day you'll get that directing gig that you traded in your balls for. Anyway, they had 2 kids before Mad Mardigan vanished. One is a skinny, effeminate womanizer, but he vanishes in the first episode, so we won't worry about him for now. The more important character here is obviously his sister Kit.
What would you like to hear? What the hell was that?
No, not that Kit. Although considering how little sense this show makes, I wouldn't be entirely surprised if a talking car from the 1980s suddenly burst onto the set and started fighting people. Kit is whatever passes for a main character in Willow. I know, right? Imagine a Lucasfilm sequel to a legacy IP that crowbars another generically strong female character into the main role. And so from this point onward, we're gonna call her exactly what she is. Strong female character. So strong female character fancies herself as an adventurer and a warrior, and she spends most of her days sparring and swapping long admiring glances at Ginger Plank of Woods. And don't worry, we're gonna talk more about her later. Believe that. Anyway, in case you missed the not so subtle hints that the show hammers you over the head with in literally the first 5 minutes, strong female character and Ginger Plank of Wood are super gay for each other, because this show has to reflect the world we live in today. Anyway, whatever. The point is that strong female character is angry because Ginger Plank of Wood is planning to leave and start training to become a knight. Yeah, sure, yeah, okay. And so this drives a rift between the 2 characters. Complicating things even further is the fact that strong female character is due to be married to the son of an important nobleman to help cement the future of their kingdom. Place your bets now, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think this guy will turn out to be strong, capable, assertive and masculine, or a weak, cowardly, timid-looking beta male that uses safety scissors to open his bags of crisps? You know, it's weird, but I feel like I can almost smell the writer's room for this show. So strong female characters busy humiliating him and generally acting like a total asshole on their wedding night. But oh no, then the castle comes under attack by some monster things called the Gales. And her idiot brother gets kidnapped in the fighting. Oh no, what a terrible loss, I really liked him. But clearly something must be done. Do you think the Queen will send the full might of her military to crush the threat and get her son back? Or will she send her only remaining child along with a bunch of random arseholes that are completely ill-equipped for a mission like this? I'll give you one guess. So strong female character, Ginger Plank of Wood, and a group of talentless diversity hires head out to defeat the bad guys, rescue the helpless prince, and save the day. Yeah, see what you did there, Lucasfilm. How very progressive of you. Oh yeah, and they're also accompanied by a young serving girl who seems suspiciously outspoken and confident for someone of such low standing. I wonder if she might turn out to be far more important than she seems.
You are Elora Dammon, last god of Chimeria, future empress, high priestess, sent from sorceress of the 9 realms, and the world's last, best hope against the evil coming to destroy us all.
Thank you, Warwick Davis. So the serving girl is actually Elora Dammon, the baby from the first movie that's quite literally the girl who's the key to everything. I mean, I'm pretty sure she had red hair in that film, but whatever. I guess having 2 redheads in one production might create some kind of ginger singularity that could destroy the entire universe.
Too much diversity.
So yeah, once again, she becomes their only hope of destroying the bad guys and saving the world. How? Why? Don't know. She's magic or something, and that's as much as we're supposed to think about it. Oh yeah, and Willow finally shows up after about an hour of screen time in a show which is literally called Willow. I mean, where the hell do I even begin with this utter disaster of a show when basically every single aspect of it makes me want to gouge my eyes out, like I just had a 2-week self-catering holiday on the Event Horizon. I mean, I guess the thing that immediately leapt out at me about Willow was...
I actually have not watched many horror movies, guys, because they generally don't interest me that much. I watched Event Horizon because it was fucking weird. It was like a horror movie, but it's like weird horror, and it's not like just constantly like gore and shit. It was more like Aliens than it was like a, you know, not just because it's in space, but it was more like Aliens because there's some level of mystery and like some level of mechanics that operate in the universe. you know, Aliens is technically kind of a horror film, but at the same time, it's basically like action, right? Yeah, it's kind of like that. There aren't many horror films that kind of venture outside their cookbook of just shit that they throw at you just to make you scared. But the handful that do generally are relatively good. Like Stranger Things started out as horror, right? The first season was horror, even though it didn't turn into that, and it's definitely not horror anymore, right? It's like an action flick. It's kind of like the basis of just kind of not understanding something. And it can actually be pretty cool, in my opinion. If it's done right, it can be pretty cool. Event Horizon is kind of that way, too. And yeah, some really fucking weird shit going on there.
The dialogue in that it makes Rings of Power seem like fucking Dostoevsky. Pretty much every single character
pretty incredible.
talks and acts like they just walked off the street in downtown LA. The script is filled with dialogue, jokes, and expressions that came straight out of 2022, and it's more jarring than taking a Ferrari up to 100 miles an hour and throwing it into reverse. Attempts to work in the kind of snarky humor you normally see in the MCU are almost physically painful to watch. God, I hate Marvel. I hate what it's done to cinema. I know the original movie wasn't...
It's like COD. I don't know if you guys were too young, but there was a phase where I called it codification. And what happened during the 2000s, so prior to 2010, during the 2000s, there was a phase where basically every game and its mom was trying to copy Call of Duty. And the reason it was doing that was because Call of Duty was insanely successful at the time, right? It's still very successful. And everyone and their mom tried to do exactly the same thing. Like Battlefield, what was the other big one back then? The other big, not Company of Heroes, that's RTS. Something Valor. PS games, Valor. Not Valorant, obviously. Circle of Valor. It used to be a big one, then it died out, and they had like one release in like 2016, and it was bad. Medal of Honor. It's not even Valor. Medal of Honor. Yeah, like pretty much everything in his mom, every first-person shooter, just like there after StarCraft 2 became insanely StarCraft 2 became insanely successful. There was a phase in which all RTS games tried to copy that formula, and they just turned to shit because StarCraft honestly is not even that good. It's what I consider an RTT, which is real-time tactics. It's more about the fights than making your army. It's more about not the composition and the build-up to the fights and how you execute the fights. Rather, it is what happens during the fight. So executing as and where you're going and just, starting it out, right? Execution, real-time tactics. Tactics are things you employ on the battlefield to change the flow of combat, right? And tactics are a thing as well as strategy is a thing. But I would argue that StarCraft is not real-time strategy, it's real-time tactics, and where the majority of your fights are won on like a micro level instead of a macro level. And that kind of sucks. Obviously, there's still macro in it, but it's not nearly as prevalent as the micro is. And that's why I really don't like it. Let's see. Oh, also Call of Duty, or not Call of Duty, Rainbow Six also tried copying Call of Duty with Vegas. And then also Ghost Ops? Oh, jeez. It was another Tom Clancy, Ghost Recon. Ghost Recon also tried to do the same thing. And honestly, like there was a scenario where everyone was trying to copy COD and there's a point at where people said PC gaming is dead. Yeah. Let's see if that's a quote now. Yeah. There was a while where people were saying PC gaming is dead. Yeah, because consoles were such a big part of gaming. Yeah, anyways, codification happened where everyone tried to copy COD. And Marvel is basically the equivalent in entertainment to what COD was in 2000s, to what StarCraft was in the 2000s. And basically everything is trying to copy the Marvel formula, even though Marvel it's peaked, in my personal opinion. Phase 3 was the peak of Marvel, and it just went to shit after that point. Phase 4 is where we're at now, and they're going into Phase 5. in which you don't care about any of the characters, you don't care about the series, you don't care about what's happening, there's no overall arcing plot, there's nothing that actually made Phase 3 good. And then, of course, they got rid of the majority of the heroes that you actually enjoyed, right? Because, obviously, they're old and outdated. You gotta modernize it, right?
Exactly Lord of the Rings in terms of its emotional tone, but it at least knew when to ease off the humour and work in some actual serious moments to make us feel like something was at stake. But here, it even gets in the way of actual exposition that would be genuinely useful for world building, and it feels more like the show is trying to act like some cool, self-aware comedian, ironically mocking his own persona. I mean, when a show literally takes the piss out of itself, it leaves me wondering what the hell I'm supposed to do. The script's also filled with absolutely nonsensical decisions and contrived events. Vitally important characters are allowed to wander alone and unguarded in hostile territory because everyone just kind of forgot about them. And when they get kidnapped, the rest of the group take off in pursuit with a heavy, overburdened wagon that needs constant repair and gets bogged down in rough terrain because nothing says urgent, high-stakes pursuit like a nice leisurely jaunt on a fucking horse and cart. The group splits up for no particular reason at one point, further dividing their limited resources, only to conveniently reunite at exactly the correct moment so that the rest of the plot can happen. The acting, on the other hand, is so bad that it makes Tommy Wiseau look like Paul Newman. The only two actors in Willow who have an ounce of talent and actually...
Let's go with coincidence-based writing, you know, where just stuff happens when it's supposed to. I fucking hate that, where the world itself just automatically works no matter what when it's just supposed to in writing. Yeah, it doesn't make sense because it doesn't reflect the real world, right? It'd be great if it did, but it doesn't. Just like where everything just works out. Rings of Power was coincidence-based writing where the majority of stuff just happened exactly when it was supposed to in order to make things work out and progress the plot. And just, like, it didn't even make sense in terms of the world. It just, hey, look, the fucking volcano's exploding, guys. Wow! They opened a water reservoir and a volcano exploded. Yeah, like, Jesus Christ. Like, how does it fucking make those Rings of Power, by the way? They opened a water reservoir, which somehow set off an earthquake and caused a volcano to erupt. And Rube Goldberg machine, no explanation why. They could have spent a whole episode on how that was designed, and they didn't do that. It just, they opened a water reservoir and it caused a volcano to explode. Yeah, it made no sense in any way, shape, or form.
They seem to be taking their job seriously, get killed off within the first few episodes, and honestly, if Finchy from The fucking Office turns out to be the best thing in your show, then you know you've got problems.
Hey, what up the bum? No, I'm done. No, not the arse.
And truly, one of the biggest offenders here has got to be Ginger Plank of Woods. Seriously, I've got no idea why Disney has got such a hard-on for this actress, but they've cast her in everything from Star Wars to Marvel to Willow, and she's been absolutely terrible in all of them. She stumbles through every scene with the exact same look of blank, wide-eyed confusion no matter what the context or situation, and she has all the charisma and screen presence of a cardboard cutout of Brie Larson. Seriously, Disney, stop trying to make this girl happen. She's not going to happen. Willow also led me to another unfortunate conclusion. Warwick Davis can't fucking act anymore. I mean, he seems like a really cool guy in real life, and he's obviously had a great career, but one thing he's not now is a good actor. He delivers most of his lines like he literally just walked off set and started reading them off a teleprompter for the first time. There's no inflection, no emotion, no sense that he's trying to convey anything about the character at all.
She thought it was safer if you grew up believing you were just like everyone else. But you're not. There's something very special inside you that's been stifled for far too long.
I mean, you'd think he would have been excited to reprise one of his biggest ever roles, but hey, maybe he'd actually read the script and realised what kind of shit he'd signed up for. Not that it matters all that much, since he's basically lost in a sea of other characters with nothing to...
Like the actors in the Matrix movie? You know, the ones that weren't present? Agent Smith and Morpheus? That read the script and realized what a shit show it was and decided not to do Matrix 4 because Matrix 4 is fucking horrible? Yeah, exactly the same thing where an actor's pride is like higher than them just wanting to find work. And the funny thing, like Keanu must have just been like, hey man, I fucking love Matrix, I'm gonna do it. And Morpheus or, what's his name? Something Fisher. Adam Fisher? Morpheus was just like fuck that shit. I'm not doing this and ruin my legacy. Fuck that. I'm not putting my name on this piece of shit. And then he didn't. And Morpheus still exists in the Matrix 4, right? He's just not Morpheus. He's not William Fisher or Fishborn or whatever it is. And Agent Smith is also not in there. Even though there's an Agent Smith, he's a different Agent Smith.
to do except
That
complain
makes
about how
Agent Smith makes a little bit more sense because Agent Smith was like a program, right? He could just be rewritten. Morpheus, he
he's
can't.
getting old and can't do magic anymore, and I get the distinct impression that the show doesn't really want him there anyway. He's like that weird creepy uncle that gets invited over once a year at Christmas out of sheer obligation, and your parents have to make awkward small talk with him for an hour or two before sending him on his way. Yes, don't worry, Frank, I'm sure the court case will go fantastically. Of course you were wrongly accused. We don't believe a single word of it.
Bullshit.
Just like most other Lucasfilm productions, legacy characters like Willow only really exist to pave the way for a new generation of smarter, better, and more awesomer young people that were written especially for modern audiences.
Marvel did this in a lot of their films.
You know how I often
before they
joke
kill
about
them
how
off,
writers
appreciate
these days
them,
have lost the ability to actually
emasculate
write
them,
likable, relatable, and
just
complex
push them in the
female
ground.
characters, confusing strength and resilience with obnoxious arrogance and grandiose self-absorption. Well, strong female character is basically all of those gripes personified into one person. I don't know what they were thinking when they wrote this arrogant, self-absorbed moron, but I genuinely can't think of anyone I've disliked as quickly or as intensely as Princess Kit. She is simply awful whenever she's on screen, existing only to
watch
put
some of the
down,
Twitch channels.
humiliate, and steal attention away from
Some of the women
everyone
on
else
Twitch,
around her.
yeah.
And it's all compounded by a smug, conceited performance from an actress that
Not all
seems
of them,
to think
obviously.
she's in a completely different show. But drink her, you multifaceted maestro of macho masculinity, I hear you say. Princess Kit is meant to be a flawed character that has to learn and mature throughout the story. She's not meant to be perfect right off the bat, because perfect characters are boring.
That's what they said about that was a response, by the way, to what's her name in Rings of Power? Ariel. What's the main character's name? Anyways, people were saying she's young and inexperienced. She's actually, like, when it took place, she's actually apparently 2,000 years old. Galadriel. Yeah. So apparently when the series took place, she's actually already 2,000 years old. So that doesn't work. But it doesn't even fucking matter at this point. People just say it's fantasy, so it can be whatever they want. Because fantasy apparently has no mechanics, no rules to it, right? And that's what makes it good. Is it could just literally be anything all the time, no matter what. And that's not the way fantasy works. It just literally just rejects reality constantly because it's inconvenient.
Absolutely true, hypothetical straw man. But even the most flawed of protagonist needs to have at least some redeeming features to get you invested in.
And growing arcs, and they aren't just pre-built characters, right? If in anime, for instance, if they have a protagonist that's kind of full of himself and, like he's kind of like the Lord of the Flies, let's go with, he's like the king of his village, right? You find out later on, and he usually gets put in his place, right? The main character gets fucked in the ass. And that's part of what makes, like good animes good, right? Is where the main character realizes, they have a decent sense of humility. Like they get humility imbued into them because the world is not so kind as to just cater constantly to them. And it's just the way it works, right? With the main characters here, everyone in their life goes through a growing phase, right? That's part of life. It's called Bildungsroman. It's actually a writing term. It's where coming of age, where people learn from experiences, where they have to shed this veil of innocence, not even innocence. Just like your misalignment with the world, where you realize your hopes and dreams eventually just kind of fade away a little bit, and you cling to some of them, but you can't cling to all of them, right? Everyone had a growing up phase when they're younger. That's part of growing. And it's not this way. You get some of these actors, and they're just pre-built superheroes that just get superpowers, and they're just always right, always strong, always win. They just like everything just goes their way no matter what. And in anime, when this happens, you hope that person gets shit on, right? Because you're like, yeah, now that's not the way the world works, right? And a lot of people in real life, for instance, unless you're born into a generational wealth family, right? You go through this growing phase where you realize everything doesn't work out your way. If it does, you're fucking lucky. It's like you won the lottery. Yeah, and people that win the lottery apparently just have a lot of problems. Putting that aside, they get a shitload of money, right? But then you hear all these horror stories about people that win the lottery and they just lose a shitload of, they lose all their money, they lose their friends, they lose their family, they lose everything. And it's like life has a way of balancing that out. Unless you're Jeff Bezos, in which case it doesn't, or you're Musk, in which case it doesn't. But most people have to go through this growing phase, right? Some people are just immune to it for some strange reason, and I guess that is a miracle of life right there. But shit like this, guys, like, it just pisses me off, because good stuff, like good animes will have growing phases. The character will grow, and you'll appreciate them more because they learn to appreciate life more. It's Bildung's Roman is literally actually a saying. Bildung's Roman. Novel dealing with one's person's formative years or spiritual education. In literary criticism, Bildungsroman, plural Bildungsroman, is a literary genre. This is one that's, by the way, this is a term that I remember from my creative writing class in college because it was actually really important when I learned it. Yeah. In a literary genre that focuses on psychological and moral growth of a protagonist from childhood to adulthood, coming of age. Coming of age doesn't always portray that, though. It might just be a nonsensical, it's not really the same thing, nonsensical slice of life. It's not the same. Bildungsroman is literally when the character grows up. In which character's change is important, yeah. The term comes from the German word Bildung, yeah, and Roman. Yeah, it's very, very important when you deal with young actors that they go through this phase, especially if it appears that they haven't went through the phase. If they don't have past trauma or past events that shaped them already, they need to go through it in the story. Because that's the way life works. That's the way life works for the majority of people. Because you learn that everything doesn't work out. You don't always get that gold star. You want that gold star, and that's part of what drives you, right? But it doesn't always fucking work out. I've had a fair share of Bildungsroman in my life to become who I am today. And everyone goes through it. Everyone fucking goes through it. And if you don't, just have a kid, and you probably will. And you'll probably go through that pretty fast if you decide to spawn and have kids. Just throwing that out there. Kids have a good way of bringing people down to earth very fast because you have to basically prioritize your kid's life over your own at that point. Unless you literally have a nanny or someone to take care of them and you'll never see them like a king. Yeah, your kids basically are going to end up coming first. If you're a remotely decent parent, your kids are going to end up coming first, and you're just going to learn that basically your life has much less meaning than it used to because, I mean, you could argue it has more meaning because now you have kids, but at the same time, there's less meaning in terms of your ability to actually change and shape your own future, like as far as like career goes or dreams go or things that you actually want to pursue. That's why kids are generally plan C for me. Not everyone has that ability, and that's just the way the world works. And I have no problems. If you want to be a parent, no problems. You can do whatever you want. Some people actually dream of being parents, and that's just all they want in life. And all the more power to them. If they want to be parents, you can be a parent, but that's not for me, right? And characters like this, for instance, that just don't ever go through that phase are fucking obnoxious. Or fucking people on Twitch, guys, that you can totally tell they've never went through this phase are obnoxious as shit. Like just entitled pieces of shit that have no idea what life's like because they've just always been like sheltered under this umbrella or veil. It's fucking obnoxious. It crawls under your skin. As a grown adult that's, someone that's been through life, it crawls under your skin. And it just makes you fucking hate them. It's like literally seeing like a spoiled rich brat that just never had to deal with anything in their life and just
them, Han Solo, Tony Stark, and shit, even Mad Mardigan from the original Willow were all flawed characters that had a lot of room for
Jamie in Game of Thrones, right? Jamie in Game of Thrones, he went through a growing phase too. He very much went through a growing phase from beginning to end, putting aside season 8, which should never be quoted or talked about ever. In Song of Fire and Ice, in R.R. Martin's work, Jamie definitely went through a growing phase. That's why season 8 was so fucking terrible, because the authors didn't even realize he went through a growing phase. Why? I don't know. It's fucking weird. They spend 7 seasons building him up, and then they just tear him down in one season. Makes no sense.
Growth, but they each had enough innate charm, likability, and charisma that you actually wanted them to become better. The only thing I wanted Princess Kit to do was stick her head in a fucking food blender. The relationship between her and Ginger Plank of Wood is supposed to form the backbone of the show's narrative, but honestly, I couldn't care less if they ended up together because why should I? They're a pair of insufferable idiots played by terrible actresses, and their romance has all the depth of that puddle of stale piss on my kitchen floor. All of these horrific elements combine together to form what has to be one of the most painful, miserable, vomit-inducing viewing experiences I've had all year. And believe me, that's up against some pretty stiff competition. As hard as this might be to believe, Willow might actually be worse than Rings of Power and even She-Hulk.
Are you serious?
In short, Willow is quite simply an insult. It's an insult to the source material, an insult to the fans, an insult to human intelligence, and an insult to the very concept of filmmaking. I managed to slog through 4 episodes before deciding, fuck it, this just isn't worth it anymore. And if it's not worth my time, then I'm pretty sure it's not worth yours either. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now!
I love Critical Drinker, guys. Basically covered everything that I talk about when it comes to film and media in a more concise form. And generally in stuff that I don't want to watch, which is Willow. I have no interest in watching Willow, which is why we watch this. He threw himself on the grenade and deserves our gratitude. Channels my culture filter. That was angry as go away now yet. Yes, it was. Yeah. Freakers Chasers, Avatar for Suppressions. The movie wasn't out yet, so we aren't going to bother watching that. We already watched his first take on it, and I'm not interested in seeing a second take on the first take. So, yeah, just basically as the trailers are released. That's like watching TikTok stuff. Not really interested in that. Okay. Let's move along, guys. Gadget Guide. Oh, I could have used that a couple days ago. Chris Fix, you're a little bit late on that, man. Pretty much everyone's done their shopping already, or should have, and you're getting into the late territory now. Yeah, like, if you order off Amazon now, you are close to, not making it in Christmas. Not making it in time to Christmas. It's possibly, I've ordered a couple things, like, Like, last couple days, possibly you might make it in time at Christmas, but probably not. Yeah. Uploading that, and we'll take a look at the Reddits here, guys, and then we're going to play some Mythics. Patch notes, we covered that already. Oh, I have some lovely mail. Deep, deep, deep. Oh, I was going to say it's -1. Yeah, people are just getting bent out of shape about marketing. For a percent efficiency improvement over the last gen, not outright performance increase of 50%. Trying to see if they're responding to me or who they're responding to. I fucking hate threading on Reddit. Reddit did the year-end wrap. I don't want to share that. I don't even want to look at. I think I saw that. I don't even want to look at that. I think I saw it pop and I was like, fuck that. I'm not looking at that. F1 2022 and Forza, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, I don't know. I think people got over the year-end recap once after the first time. I think Twitch or Twitter did it first. One of the two. After whoever did it first kind of was a meme for a little bit, and I think after that point, kind of makes you depressed looking at some of the stats and realizing certain things aren't really all that amazing. It was Forza. Let's see. It's like people are learning what marketing is for the first time, and marketing is like their parents telling them they might do something, not that they're going to do it. By the way, I think the whole reason this guy got upvoted again, or got upvoted more, was because I made this post, by the way. I literally legitimized why I downvoted him, where if I didn't legitimize him, you got people here that literally... So people are weird with what they fucking do stuff. So people disagree with my statement, and instead of replying to my statement, what they do is they downvote me and then upvote the post above me, right? And at the end of the day, if I didn't actually make this statement, like a reason why people are downvoting him, because he's making some really fucking stupid comments here, like he probably would have just been downvoted into oblivion. No one would have ever saw him. But because I actually made a meaningful, nuanced post describing it, they'd be like, no, I disagree with this guy. Therefore, this guy is correct. There has to be a word for that in psychology, and I don't know what it is. But basically, it has nothing to do with this guy actually being right. It just has to do with people not liking me. So then they upvote the person that I am talking to. Literally nothing to do with his actual statement. Because when I replied to this yesterday, he was like -4 or something. Like he was pretty far down already, and like commenting on it, which is why I pointed it out. And then I pointed out the F1 2022 and Forza. Spotify? I don't even use Spotify. Yeah, maybe, because I don't use Spotify. I don't even use Spotify. Yeah, that would be the answer there. People commenting on the patch notes, which we already talked about earlier in the stream. AMD Reddits. Showcasing how big of the difference an upgrade to a 5800 X3D can be. 2700, this doesn't count. He increases FPS by 5x. Yeah, 4x, 5x. An accurate comparison because this is a 5800X, not a X3D. Or this is a 5800X 3D, and this is not a 5800X. But still a pretty big uplift, and I'm very much looking forward to the X3D chips in February. January or February. Let's say Monday. Yeah, I don't fucking understand what Hub was doing there. Hub had a really weird conclusion, which is very misleading if all you read is or all you watch is the conclusion. And then on top of it, they tested two ray traced benchmarks in their rasterization results, which is completely misleading. They shouldn't have even been. They could have just scrapped the benchmarks. Is basically what it came down to. If you're forcing ray tracing on, you have to have ray tracing. Get rid of the benchmarks. Have to have it. I think that is the solution there, is just remove the benchmark from the rasterization results, because it's not it's not accurate. It's fucking weird. Due to Reddit's 9, nothing of interest, guys. Alright, okay, I'm gonna watch my coffee come out, guys. Grab a soda, and then we're going to play some dungeons. Do some mythics here. Be right back, guys. Alrighty. Play some World of Warcraft, guys. What? Alright. We're going to be doing our keys tonight. I guess because we're out of Mythic Zeros, so I guess we have to do keys. See how easy that is to get into. I assume Mythic Zeros, or Mythic 2s and 3s aren't going to care that much, and I don't need Raider IO, but I might need Raider IO. I'm going to start nitpicking stupid shit. See, I don't know how hard-ass they get. Ah. Mm-hmm. Two. I don't know if you can still do these even if you are locked. I'm pretty sure you can. Come on. Are you even done Halls of Valor? No, I haven't. Which expansive pack is this from? It's an old dungeon. Why doesn't it have the expansion pack listed here? I don't know. remember, and I can't remember if I can't see where it is in relation to other. There it is, Legion. I've done basically every dungeon. So, ruby pools. Bolt. Chondrius. That's not going to confuse anyone.
We safeguard the idols.
I might be locked. Yeah. Find out here very shortly. That's what I thought, but it's showing on the map that they're... Okay.
She must continue her work. Allow them no further.
Oh, someone died. I think that was in that pool right behind us. In the brown blob. $30 is more than enough time. Even if we do slow pulls. Doing Mythic too, so hopefully more forgiving. Obviously, we aren't doing like super something super amazing. I know, even back in the old ones. So what happened in the last expansion pack when I was doing Mythics is we had resets like right when I went to like keys. So I didn't remember whether or not that's actually true or not. Good. Those tasty numbers, though. We'll pull him. Okay. Bring. If you stand in the brown shit, it hurts you. Hey, I didn't know that. So apparently when you die, it takes time off the timer. Interesting. I don't remember that, I should say.
If only you could have understood the righteousness of our cause. I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work.
Pretty amazing how much just like moving a little bit helps, just in terms of taking less damage. You just move around a little bit. There's a lot of attacks you just stand in place. A lot of attacks that just hurt you. Uh-oh. Build up or something?
Meladrusa, I have failed.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural state. I will not fail! You will not interfere!
Making sure there wasn't a boss mechanic I didn't remember. I'm standing in shit.
Be frozen and shatter! I am sorry, but I need your strength, little ones! My chill will freeze your bones!
You can stop that. Why was no one silencing her?
I consume you! Be frozen and shatter!
Oh, I think you get hurt if you get pulled into the icicles too. Makes sense.
These belts are pure. They will show you the truth. My chill will freeze your bones. I consume you.
Getting cleansed.
Shatter. Ice consume you. A miserable end.
Good
That's just
work,
at the end.
champion. Now that you have secured the pools
It's
below,
just my right.
I require your aid
Dick.
above.
I probably should look at the loot tables too. If it really doesn't matter what dungeon I go into, I probably shouldn't be doing a dungeon that I get no loot from. So
The exposed life pools are in grave danger. A powerful primalist is
I don't know if it's
attempting
based
to
on the
burn
loot
all
pool
the
at the
nesting
end or what.
areas. You must clear them to get to her. I will keep watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault.
Quickly, take the eggs! Save as many as you can!
buddy. I should turn that away so I don't take aggro on something. Worked this first time. Ding, ba-ding, ba-ding. Ding-a-ding-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling. Ding, ba-ding, ba-ding. Standing in something? think it's faster going back the other way and then going through the center. Start. But this is the way we went last time, so. What a nice guy. God. I believe there's a dragon that lands. There it is. I mean, I could survive. I don't know if I want to take the time to do that. It looks like no one else saw him. I got aggro on him. No one else saw him, and then he just shadow over the guys that weren't looking at him. We just go the opposite direction. I don't think we need to go that way. I don't know if that's intentional or a bug where they're riding backwards. Yeah, I don't know what causes it to aggro. I think it just happens. Put in it again. I think the flame breath is random too. Yeah, because he's firing it off someone else, even though I'm turned to the side. The DPS and the healers have to watch where he's shooting, where he's casting it. I probably could have stayed alive because they can just fly back up here. I didn't know how close spawn was. I could have stayed alive the first time. Couldn't it? Oh. He has a build-up, guys. Looks like one of our DPS aren't too hot. But, okay. soft enrage. The dragon has a soft enrage. Guess we can do that. Yeah, I don't think we need to go this way. I should ask on the next round that we do this.
Honor the sacrifice of my allies and burn through you myself! Be overwhelmed by the flame. You cannot escape the beast! Crispy! Turn to the flame! Fire! Consume my enemies! Be overwhelmed by the flame! You cannot escape the heat!
He's dead.
To the flame!
Doing something different?
Fire! Consume my enemy! We're warned!
To really rebind? Bind my targeting key? Oh my god. Literally just fucking started immediately.
Erupt with their power! Fire! Consume my enemies!
Guess we'll do this.
You cannot escape the heat! Be overwhelmed by the flame! You cannot escape the heat!
This might come down to us actually having to make our own groups with, like, gear.
Fire! Consume my enemies! Crispy!
It's over here.
Be overwhelmed by the flame! You cannot escape the heat! And to the flame!
Fucking dead. I was gonna battle res the healer.
Nothing but ashes! You cannot! You were warned not to play with fire!
Guess after the second boulder, I'll start cutting them around the edges of the circle. I am doing almost as much damage as the other DPS. That's not good. Good. This maybe 3% damage reduction, why not? Missing someone? They left the group. Well, they definitely aren't doing it now. No. Yeah, little face. 6 minutes is enough. Actually, might not be enough. Dead.
You were warned not to play with fire.
All right. Well. It was rough for your first time. Not for Mythic, but yeah. Paladins can battle res? Yeah, they got it with the newest patch. The newest expansion pack. Incandescence. No, Incandescence is a... Yeah, our DPS fucking sucked. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat this too much, guys. I had more DPS in a normal Mythic than I had in this instance. Is there an add-on? Yeah, I'm pretty sure our DPS are very undergeared for that instance. I'm second place in damage as a tank on single target boss, which is that guy. I should not be second place on a boss battle. And first place, like, the other guy that was in here also wasn't even that much higher than me. Crumbs? Yeah. We've seen more people with more damage in normal mythics than we just saw in a mythic 2. Oh. I have a key, right? Halls of Valor. I think I need to put on I can't actually make a group. So I can't change the name unless they put on an authenticator. This is fucking ridiculous, by the way. I shouldn't need to do this. I've had an account for like 20 years. I shouldn't need to use a fucking authenticator. I know there's iRaider for figuring out the eye level of people. I don't want to install iRaider. Raider.io, not iRaider. That group was definitely, I mean, I wasn't completely doing things right on that last fight there, but yeah, they were literally doing as much damage as I was, and that's not... let's see. Healer was pretty good, though. He was trying his damnedest. Yeah, like all I literally want to see is their eye level. That's it. I don't care about all the other shit. I guess. Like here you can easily set a minimum eye level right here. I wonder if maybe someone else has a set. Let's actually look for that. No code offensive 171 level 12. What does that mean? I don't know what the 12 means. Prep? Or is 360? One group. My guess is all the +2s are trying to skirt by to skip gearing and heroics. A lot of them are. Maybe I'm looking at this wrong. Level 2, Halls of Valor 52. Nine. I'm looking for group. The overall Mythic Plus rating will be shown. So it's like Raider IO. To group leaders or applicants along with your highest keystone and your dungeon Mythic Plus rating for that dungeon. Fuck, do you see that? Overall Mythic rating. Mythic tab. I haven't done any Mythic Pluses. You can't get a Mythic rating without doing Mythic Pluses, and Mythics don't count. Combination of all your mythic scores. Rules are made up and the points don't count? Kind of. I don't know. There's definitely a stepping stone here. Like, eye level, right, is always related to your actual eye level, and mythic rating apparently in here is related to your performance after you complete it. Both matter. So you don't have the eye level like that last group. I'm pretty sure those guys were sitting there in greens and blues. I guess it's not even an accurate comparison anymore because you get purples while leveling, it doesn't matter. Those guys were sitting there in like questing gear, like low-level questing gear, and doing the same amount of damage as me. I guess maybe we'll just join a mythic. I'll look at their gear really fast and then decide whether or not I'm going to stay. Because it looks like no one is setting. No one is setting an eye level for some reason. I think they would, right? Like something bare. You need a 342 to get into heroics, and that's overkill in my opinion. Like here's level 5. In order for me to fucking get a fucking mythic rating, I have to goddamn do a fucking mythic too. I have to do a goddamn mythic plus in order to get a mythic rating. What happens if I just apply to this? Halls of Valor, level 7. Did it not even work? I don't even have a mythic rating. Why would it just allow me to go? The 3. I didn't even meet the criteria for the mythic rating. Why did it let me in? What? What the fuck? Hey, Leeling. Long time no see, dude. I don't understand why it just let me in, despite the fact I don't meet the mythic rating. This is for Halls of Valor. Is this one we just did? Halls of Valor isn't in this expansion pack, is it? Halls of Valor is Legion. Do we have to fly to Legion? Still lets you apply, but it's more of a suggestion. Well, why the fuck would they do that? They still took me anyways. It said level 7? I haven't completed level 1. So I don't... Yeah. I just indicated this first time doing this dungeon, by the way. Dalaran portal in... Christ. Where was Halls of Valor again? Did this back in the day. I haven't done it recently, obviously. It was fun. I actually really enjoyed the leveling process, personally. I really enjoyed dragonflying as well. We're just at basically the tail end of my playthrough, which is I do dungeons that get geared. So, that's what we're doing right now. I guess this gives me time to see what kills me. No. May be just easier because they're older and don't have as many mechanics. Flashes. Avoid standing and dancing blade. Face him to away from other players. Cast blood swinging sweep. Beware skies from Storm Drake across the platform, leaving static field. Move between Hergel and Ulmer Solston to manage how many stacks of Mystic Empowerment. Holy Thunder? She has, well, Hergel has Mystic Empowerment. Be prepared to run safety during Eye of the Storm. Mystic Empower, wholly avoid the orbs of light during Sanctify. Avoid standing near allies targeted with Ravenous Leap. I'll split the damage of Claw of Frenzy. Savage Blade. Active shields of Aegis and Agrimar to survive Ragnarok. Okay. Runic Brand. Look at the floor and run to the matching rune. You're like glowing fragments. Run from Odin to avoid Radiant Tempest.
A garrison in this Warden Tower would be a vital strategic victory.
I forgot that you can just fly straight up on.
For Gilneas.
Mounts. Yeah, well, I mean, I play every expansion pack. I've streamed them since basically I've been streaming for we play about 1 to 2 weeks. I said this was less longer than 2 weeks. Mainly because the leveling process has actually been fun, so I spent more time doing it. It only comes along once every 2 years, so I'm not afraid of doing that.
The Legion continues to bring demons forth from portals at the gates of valor. Go, champion. Find these portals and call to us. My brood shall come and destroy them.
These guys are all in 372s. 6.
You know what they say.
Okay. Don't make fun of my bird. Who's the one that we had to split? Herdra.
There's plenty of me to go around.
All within range, so it depends on who they're close to. Okay. Yeah. I don't have the stone. We're waiting for it to start the mythic. Okay.
Balazar, defend these sacred halls.
These noble champions to enter my realm. Behold, the halls of battle.
That gives you more time depending on how many enemies there are.
This place will test your metal. And if you are found worthy, the Aegis of Agrimar...
He's gonna bypass him? Play these guys are pretty easy. Yeah, I really like flying. Flying is the way that leveling should have been in the 6-bench pack. I think we can take more here. Going?
Very well. I will test your word, my son. Do not let the gates fall. Let your words be measured in blood.
Get dragons again?
I will bleed. No, do not let the gates fall. A battle well fought. A path forward is open. Before you lies your next trial. Defeat both Persia and Fenrir, and you will have proven your worth to me.
Okay, actually, they're in, yeah, I gotta get them out of there. I think those, if I remember right, those ruins actually just, prevent all damage. I don't know if we have a priest. Do we have a priest? There's a priest. I think that was actually the priest's thing. I thought it was from the guys instead. Never mind. That's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah. It's on the right side. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut him back the other way, to the top. That just killed me.
son. Fuck you.
Mystic's gotta be int and die. Intelligence? Is that CC? I kited them in the other group. I should have kited them back. Apparently the thing sits on the ground longer than I thought it did. The lightning strikes on the ground and then made our group take more damage because of it. First down. Go and steady then. Pretty sure like the rune on the ground is healing. I know that for sure. I was pulling him out of it, which is the whole reason I was moving him in the first place. Besides obviously the one that besides the one that killed everyone. The lightning strike. Okay.
Through great deeds of courage and valor, Persia has earned this most sacred of rights. She shall ascend as one of my chosen Valkyr, and her name shall echo in these gilded halls for all eternity.
Nervous, it is understandable.
I am not nervous, only excited. All my life has led to this one glorious moment.
Spoken like a true Valkyr. Mortal intruders approach.
I witnessed their deeds in Stormheim. Their
I
kind
just
has
died.
no true honor, no true virtue.
I will purge them from these sacred halls myself.
The ritual is not yet complete.
Yeah, you have to go back and forth between the two. Persia? Yeah. She casts Megadeth. No. Need Megadeth. I don't know if these are ads or part of the boss. Okay.
Will not deny Hersha's ascendance. The light shines eternal in you, Hersha. You sully this ritual with your presence, mortals.
Just saw that. I saw that. Yeah. Yeah. When they all run into the bubble, that's not a run out of bubble.
Hersha, the fury of the storm is yours to command.
Dax is supposed to be, though.
I will not fail you, Aegir!
The light embraces you, Hersha.
You will pollute these halls no more!
Go away! Base. Guess we'll just kite her away on the next one.
You will pollute these halls no more! I am sorry, Aegir. I have failed you.
Good. Green's doing DPS. We should be fine on DPS. Yeah. Literally Green doing it. They don't need to run back in. I don't know why they keep doing that. The hallway's caked with mobs. Literally the monks carrying us, by the way. DPS carrying us. Yeah. Right, like the healer's over there. There he goes. Good.
The mighty Fenrir stalks these grounds. It will take cunning and guile to slay this beast. A perfect test of your worthiness.
I'll give you more than
There. Go both go the same way. For sure I remember this being both go the same way. Okay. Huh. He's listing Fenrir as all the way at the other end. It's actually a priest thing, I think. There's one I'm supposed to split. Okay, so now we go up to him. Alright. Starting to remember this. Holy fuck. What, died? No, we're gonna kill the poor wolf, guys. Call PETA! away when he casts it on you.
You have earned my blessing, champion. I look forward to meeting you within the Hall of Glory.
Ready. So apparently you start, the fight ends there, but you start the fight on the other side. I thought both sides just go there. Good. Good. If we can pull, actually, I don't know if it even matters. I'm gonna try pulling them up. It is. A lot of the older dungeons are pretty cool. They really should have seasons. We talked about this before. They kind of do right now, but it's not the same thing. Like, they could literally just put, like, every 2 weeks, just make an old expansion pack. Every 2 weeks, just make an old expansion pack. Have to come back for more mobs. That was accidental, by the way. There, Mystic in here? No. Wrong order. Good. They have no raid building up. Keep thinking there's going to be loot and there isn't. Some of the old dungeons are pretty cool though, like dungeon design, even if the mechanics aren't that fantastic, like the dungeon designs are actually pretty cool. This is from Legion. I personally think still some of the best dungeons were at the end of Wrath. The 3 dungeons they added before the end of the game, honestly the best in the game. And that's before they neutered the mechanics in them, which kind of fucked things up, but...
Throughout your trials, you have demonstrated strength, skill, and intellect. Traits shared by the greatest of our Vrykul.
Your cries of anguish will echo through eternity.
Eldritch Blade. That.
I embrace the abyss. I will take joy in crushing you.
got it. Death Knight got it. I don't know if it does it for everyone, but you can tell it's a Death Knight when it does a little blue haze over the top of them. That's the Death Knight silence. The only reason I remember that is from PvP. I don't know if everyone does that.
My strength.
It's a pretty good indicator of who's actually silencing.
Where they failed, we will succeed. Bested me.
Away from him. We're playing keep away.
Seems I underestimated you.
Am I supposed to pick that up? I don't remember who uses it. I think anyone can use it, but I'm not sure.
No, I too have proved
I think you slam it down and you hide behind it, and I don't know if it keeps you from using your abilities or not.
These mortals dare not challenge my claim to the ages. The Vanquishers have already taken possession of it, Skovald, as was.
But yep, there's a lot of
your protest comes too late.
Viking-themed dungeons in Wrath? Wrath is some of them? The Skovalds or whatever they're called? Skovald, yeah.
Give up the ages or die! Your suffering will be eternal!
Uh-oh. What are we doing wrong?
The power is mine!
Agmar. I don't actually know what killed them because we stood behind the shield, right? We're supposed to head them away from those things. One's alive again. It looks like I actually have 3 charges of intercession.
Most impressive. I never thought I would meet anyone who could match the Valajar's strength. And yet here you stand. There is one final
I guess, maybe it was a cast, a channeled ability, and someone canceled it?
Should you triumph, I will carve your names in these sacred halls myself, and grant
I haven't done it in forever, so I don't know how long the shield's supposed to last, but at the end there, you guys can see the Aegis was lasting forever, right?
It has been ages since I faced a worthy opponent. Let the battle begin!
Pick that up or something?
Fight for me, Valajar! Fight for glory! Be warned, champions. I will hold nothing back!
Oh. I didn't die. Yeah, everyone's running away. That's a pretty big circle, guys.
opponent has a weakness. I will find yours.
Oh my god, look at them all. Oh, am I supposed to go to N? I'm supposed to do something for N. I didn't get it. I missed my chance to become a Verkle, guys. I guess we're just a normie now.
Fight for me, Valajan! Fight for glory!
What am I doing wrong?
Champions, I will hold nothing back!
No, I did something wrong.
Enough. I yield.
Okay.
You are truly remarkable creatures. As promised,
Hey.
you will have your just reward.
Stormforger. Hey. Good.
It is an honor, champion.
I'd like to exchange my keystone for another one.
Pleasant
I
spending
don't actually
time
know
with you.
what I want. So I have a mythic rating of 70 now. Good. Okay. We started somewhere, guys. We started somewhere. I don't know exactly what, I'm getting everything except for the gear pieces I need to replace. Good. Haste instead of mastery. I'd rather have mastery and haste. Whatever. Is this from the actual loot table from the dungeon, or is it from something else? Pendant of Stormforger. Sounds like it's from the dungeon. But yeah, they definitely... So they could have a map pool of Mythic Plus of the current dungeons, and then also have... of Mythic Plus current dungeons, and then have an expansion pack worth of dungeons here and just rotate them out every fucking week. Or every 2 weeks. Every month. Every 2 weeks, I think, would be pretty acceptable. And since the loot table is so generic, like, everything right now is so streamlined, they could literally just up the level on the pieces there, and it's just fucking fine. Like, it doesn't even matter. There's so little work that would actually go into them updating a dungeon for the current level, because of all the, like, the procedurally... Not procedurally generated, but dynamic difficulty in the game that adjusts with you as you level up, that it just... Like, it wouldn't even matter. They wouldn't even need to do anything with it. That sucks. I really, yeah. I'd rather have mastery for sure. Fuck haste. I'd rather have crit mastery. Oh, it's optional 1, so. Good. Okay. I'm gonna go take a piss, guys. I will be right back in 1 second. Un momento. Blizzard is so weird, guys. They have all this fucking content to work with, and they just kind of squander it. Like I said, they have like literally expansion packs worth of content they could just refresh, and they don't even do that. They could make a season out of it. They'd be like, hey, look at these new dungeons we're adding, you know, something like that. They don't do that. Instead, we have like 3 old dungeons. And then they just immediately cycled out the other 3 ones. Why? I don't know. Keeps things fresh. They don't even need to remake the content. It's just there already, you know? Let's see, how is Mythic Dungeon score calculated? When you complete a keystone, each run is worth a base amount of Mythic rating. 37.5 rating for completing a keystone. Each keystone level adds an extra 7.5 rating. Each affix adds an additional 7.5 rating. In addition, you can receive a time bonus or penalty depending on how fast or slow you complete the keystone. You still can get score for finishing a dungeon after the timer's up. Group 2. Let's keep going with 2s. If we could. Academy. Let's do this. Level 2. Kind of weird that it's not just strictly rating now. Yeah. Huh? I'm 2 over. It's kind of weird that it doesn't strictly, like when you have that set up, it literally doesn't reject applicants just immediately. Dude, the Moggers and other people's servers are so much better than ours. It's not even funny. Anyhow. I'm not gonna lie, like if I was more into World of Warcraft, if I wanted to play an MMO, it's still World of Warcraft compared to other MMOs out there, guys, is still much better than everything else. Even after all this time, Blizzard has tried to fuck this thing in the ass. It's still better, in my opinion, than other MMOs out there. Especially if you're a newer player, you're getting back into things. The time commitment and time to fun ratio, even though I don't play it, time to fun ratio is still pretty good. This is. Like, I don't like rating, and Mythic Plus or Keystones is really, I mentioned this years ago, that dungeons are really what people want to play, and because the time commitment's there, right? 30 to 45 minutes, 30 minutes or so. That's all time people have. And, you know, they have kids, they have lives. They can't spend, you know, 2 hours or 3 hours every night raiding around once per week or even a couple times per week. They can't spend that. Work. This is, you know, dungeons are basically on whatever people's schedule. Jump in the dungeon? I didn't get a summon. Summon Inc. They forgot about me. Can actually fly there. Academy. The tree fight. Tree fight's where we got stuck last time. And tree fight is you have to stand on the fucking tree. I should really rebind a key to mark a skull. That key. Bindings. Targeting markers. Assign skull to target. Tab. Target nearest enemy is unbound. What? Did they just look at my gear? Yeah, so I have a key now to mark skull. Very important. Not so much people knowing skull and then square, but, you know, or X.
New students.
Whatever.
How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy has been opened.
Indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson. Neato. It's been a while since I've seen Death Knights. That's always good.
Please excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting together my lesson.
Looks like I'm having routing issues or ISP's doing something, guys. I guess going slow is actually better than just going too fast, pulling and wiping, because you lose a bunch of time through a wipe. So any time that you gain through like fast pulls, you kind of lose just by pulling too fast.
Here we are. Long ago, members of the Blue Dragonflight accidentally overloaded an arcane elemental and created a powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc. The Blue Dragons battled Veximus fiercely, attempting to prevent it from absorbing stray arcane orbs that could allow it to grow further out of control.
Let's do that to the group.
Veximus began manifesting powerful arcane bombs in order to drive back the dragons. As the dragons neared victory, Veximus unleashed its full arm. You should study hard.
Why do I have 5 minutes on the cooldown? When did I fucking use my, Oh my god!
Veximus tried its best to defeat the dragons.
Why the fuck is my intercession still on cooldown, guys?
Well done.
5 minutes ago. Is the whole group use one cooldown? They use a cooldown a bit ago? I wonder if that's for the whole group. Someone used a fucking B-res in the middle of a fucking mob pull. Oh no. Well, there's that. Well, that makes, yeah, that makes more sense. I thought I was, like, I had a bit ago, I thought, like, a couple days ago, where it was on cooldown, and I thought I was crazy, but it's actually because my teammates used it. Just save that. I never use my fucking... I keep forgetting, by the way, the Bastion of Light can be used for healing, too. It's not just for fucking, Shield of the Righteous, it's also for healing. Oh. Got more aggro. I don't know if I aggroed the second group or what. I might have aggroed both secondary groups too. We're fine. It's when one of the guys has a fucking enrage that you don't see and it kills everyone. Or because you don't see the mob, you don't know who's enraging, you can't kill them first. He didn't hit the jump pad. Okay, well. pillars here, right? Can't even stand there. But I thought he was doing something fancy by showing you that you could go off the edge. That's not the case at all. Apparently you can stand there. Like, when I was next to a pillar earlier, it looked like dropped something at my feet and I want to stand and shit. Fuck off, game.
Look at this Lishrath arena. Oh, wait. What are these birds doing here?
Yeah, I need to remember that Bastion of Light can be used just for a bunch of Word of Glory heals. That's like cool. 1 minute cooldown, 2 minute cooldown, yeah.
Help us get rid of them. Now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is talent toss for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention.
But remember, right, if they don't actually do the goal, like I die or something.
Huh? At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
Not the Savage Pack! Oh yeah, the Deafening Screech builds up. You actually have to do the... I can't control that too. Not the Savage Pack! Eventually have to do the... ball game, otherwise I die. Yeah, Deafening Screech builds up. I don't think you need to do it right away, though. I think you can actually wait. Oh, I didn't need to do that. It's a waste. Should be able to finish this off. Shouldn't have B-Register. so close to the boss being dead, it is pointless. Cleanse the debuff. I think that's a bleed. You can't cleanse that. You have to get it removed by the tree. These guys never did it that way. That one group we were in was kind of low on DPS, so we actually had to do the boss mechanics, which kind of also helped us out, and at the same time it looks like it's hurting other groups because they just do so much damage that they don't need to worry about the boss mechanic, which means it'll eventually fuck them.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels, like you. Not. Fuck are we waiting for? We have to pull this group? Yeah. Come down. Because you can't pull without a full clear. I thought you could pull without clearing the whole area. Wrong.
Just about... Wait! Ichistras, there is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing?
Okay.
This is your fault.
Absolutely not!
Please,
yeah, so they must just be brute forcing down. It's kind of weird where you actually end up in a scenario where you can, like, brute force shit down. Then later it fucks you in the ass because you can't do the same thing. Germinate, this is where it drops all the shit on the ground. Ah, it heals everyone to fucking full, guys. Good. Call that shit. Oh my god, that's beautiful numbers. Yeah, so the last time we did this, our DPS was very light. But eat my words right now. Let's see if we can walk through. That's not good. Probably. Healer pulled the group from the back. It is. Someone just used their fucking battle res on the. I guess if we all die, that's a big deal. So. Good. All right.
Greetings, new. Who are you? You are not registered here. This room is only for students. Head to the registrar at once. These are sacred halls of learning. Only those registered may access them. Think about what you have done. Four marks for 4 students. Go to the corner.
Yeah, so that one group we had that other night was really undergeared. It really, like, some people are really good, but other people aren't. They just try to skirt by, and it makes a huge difference. So that fight, for instance, we probably could have done with that group, as long as they had, like, they knew the mechanics and they didn't. I didn't really completely understand the mechanics either until later on. This group, like, didn't know the mechanic, but they had more than enough gear to make up for it. Well, I was always about seemingly riding the line between skill and just being geared enough to do shit.
Demerit points for you.
You will not pass the semester.
Good. Boink. Lovely. Fortified record. Mythic rating 134/64. Keystone upgrade. Go away. Go away. Go. You've been removed from this group. I wasn't a good enough tank. They didn't like me. They didn't like me, guys. Like a pre-mid or a guild group. Oh my god, look at my rating, guys. Wow. That was a +3. Yeah, so we were doing a Plain Jane Mythic. Was it a Mythic? Yeah, Plain Jane Mythic the other night, guys. And, we couldn't get past that one boss. We didn't know if you stack on that guy, those little whelplings or whatever they call, throw a debuff on you, and that healer, when you kill it, will cleanse off the debuff and full heal the party. So any sort of AoE damage you're taking will just heal it all off, which is pretty insane. Because that group didn't know, and they're definitely better geared than the group prior. Dungeons, find a group. Does it even matter which? Bolts. What did we just do? And obviously just getting some ratings better than no rating. Does that mean... Hall's Valor and Elgirth Academy. Keep pushing buttons till something happens. Expensive. Haven't done. Seven? $34. Ruby Pools, I believe. Okay. We have a quest we can turn into.
I will do my duty. Farewell.
Give it to me. Ah. Good, good, good. I guess it makes sense. So they have their own version of Mythic Raider IO in the game, which is good. I mean, they basically had a basic version of that in the game already, which is eye level, because if you don't have enough eye level, you know, you won't be able to... That means you have completed enough dungeons to get the eye level in the first place, assumingly. It depends on the eye level and how they gate it. Good.
Gammon will save us.
Con. Such a crude language. The school is in session.
Ba-dow, ba-dow.
Taste my axe.
This is where we got stuck earlier today. We failed at this IIRC.
Protect Melidrusa! She must continue her work. Allow them no further.
What? Did he die? Yeah. Might get more aggro if I have to cut these back. We're gonna get whelps and eggs too. Are a pain in the ass to deal with. Okay.
If only you could have understood the righteousness of our cause. Such a pointless death. I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work.
No extra pats and no eggs, guys. Wow.
Meladrusa, I have failed.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural. You will not interfere. Ice consume you.
Watching my bars.
Frozen and shattered. Only death for those who follow order. I am sorry, but I need your strength, little one. My chill will freeze your bones.
I just overused that. I don't know if I should have battle resed her or not. I was thinking about it, and I didn't.
Begone, dragon lackey.
I didn't because I didn't know whether or not the healer was going to die. Because if the healer dies, obviously you need the healer much more than you need a tank.
My chill will freeze your bones.
Pull her out of that. Definitely seems like if you, yeah, to avoid that. Well.
I consume you.
Bring.
Be frozen and shattered.
Good work, champion. Now that you have secured the pools below, I require your aid above.
Is everyone resident the same guy? Kind of looks that way. Yeah, so I don't want to use it because it looked like the healer might die too, and I was like, ah! And then I had to use cooldowns and someone else res them, so.
Are in grave danger. A powerful primalist is attempting to burn all the nesting areas. You must clear them to get to her. I will keep watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault.
Quickly, take the eggs! Save as many as you can!
else. Did they die? I don't know what they're doing down there. Fucking died again. What the fuck's going on here? I guess the healer wasn't up here when I started? Why are they all dying? They're just like standing in front of, like, when he casts like Megadeth, they're like standing in front of him. Am I supposed to turn him a different way or what? That right there. What the fuck is that? Like they need to be closer to the dragon? I don't know, maybe they just don't know. Maybe they're too far away to get in, like, because of the range on it. It could be that they're too far away to actually get in front of it. Which also would kind of suck. They look like they maybe got spawn locked or something. Are they just killing each other? What the fuck's going on here? Yeah? Healer Renaissance. It kind of feels like I'm killing them, but I'm not. Like, I can't turn the dragon when he casts that. Okay. They aren't saying anything. I'm not sure exactly if I'm killing them or what's going on here. Like the other groups, we had no problem with this area. It looks like somewhat like the living bomb. They're spreading to each other and then they're dying because of the living bomb. Which is, it's not so much that I'm killing them, it's just destroying our timer, so. This killed our last group, like completely wiped the group. And these guys can deal with this, but they couldn't deal with the living bomb for some reason. Raging. Dead. Just like picks a random target to blow fire breath on, and I can't turn them. Like I can't direct that somewhere away from the group. They just have to be aware of what it's doing. I'm pretty sure I'm not doing something wrong, but it kind of feels like I am based on how fucking much these guys are dying. And I'm pretty sure this is one of the things where they have to just notice what it's doing and then dodge it. Boss, I might kill everyone on them. And I'll take responsibility for it well in advance. Which is what happened last time. I'm pretty sure because I wasn't hiding the fire pass correctly. But he's immune. He's not normally immune. What the fuck is that? The other guys weren't immune. Ah. Alright. I basically have to just keep her cutting around in a circle, so I'm going to go clockwise. Used the battle res not too long ago.
You cannot escape the heat.
Fuck. Why the fuck are they way over there?
Be overwhelmed by the flame. Fire, consume my enemies. And to the flame.
That's lovely.
You cannot escape the heat.
Uh-oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Fuck me.
Erupt with their power.
Look at the wrong spot, guys.
Fire, consume
7 seconds.
And to the flame! Nothing but ashes! You were warned not to play with fire!
Hate that. And then when I finally got out, I was in the fire, and then I didn't use any of my abilities to save me. I was struggling between whether or not I should use a damage reduction or I should use my mount, and then I couldn't find my mount. Divine Steed? Yeah.
I have many lucky doos. You like?
I will honor the sacrifice of my allies and burn through you myself! Be overwhelmed by the flame.
Yeah, so I ate that and basically incapacitated me and basically fucked everything.
Fire, consume my enemies! Crispy, and to the flame! You cannot escape the heat! Erupt with their power! Fire, consume my enemies! And to the flame! Fire, consume my enemies!
Chris. There we go. Better?
Erupt with their power! Fire, consume my enemies! And to the flame! Fire, consume my enemies!
Oh, I might be dead. Not dead.
Erupt with their power!
Looks like someone's like CCing them?
You cannot escape the heat! And to the flame!
Christ. Might as well use that, because otherwise it's going to pop on the 45. Actually, 45 is down, so it's not even worth doing that.
Fire, consume my enemies! Be overwhelmed by the flame! Fire, consume my enemies! And to the flame! You cannot have snuffed out!
Hey, we killed him. Holy shit, guys, we're alive. Did we almost go around full circle? No. It just looked like it.
No!
Are we going to make it? Probably not. We'll see. Definitely did that better, by the way. I knew what to do in there. You basically have to go through like 2 different kite phases. There's 2 different things you have to kite away from when it's creating those lava pools on the ground. Peace. Going. That's not good. Who the fuck did that? That wasn't my doing. Got it. Some of these guys die in ways that I'm pretty sure I can't prevent. We're gonna be able to get this. The mob where I have to cut it around, and we still need to pull that group too. God. That's painful, guys. A lot of needless deaths in here.
Your false queen cannot stop us. We are the truth.
Ah.
Cut. Deal with fun. My pleasure. That's enough. Take off.
Kind of interesting how it moves the fire circle. Oh my god. God, battle res, 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 battle res.
It was worthless to try.
Battle res is 45 seconds. Also why I don't waste battle reses on trash pulls, which I'm pretty sure someone did earlier. $10 minutes ago... Actually, 10 minutes ago might have been the boss. Haunt and drag. Tried aggro on it. On the dragon? Pretty sure I had aggro on it. I hit it with judgment when it came down.
Your false queen cannot stop us. We are the truth.
It's actually really cool, the blobs move across the ground with the wind. Very cool. Obviously makes things more difficult, where normally wouldn't do something like that. Prior dungeons, but still. There's more of those left that I didn't see.
That's enough. Feel my wrath.
They want to... Well, it doesn't matter what they want to do, because these move around.
Imminent witches.
Buddy.
Scorched earth.
Oh, I just about declined that. Bitch, get the fuck off me. Oh, he died.
Imminent witches. That's enough. It was worthless to try.
What I don't like is you can't, even in areas where you can't use your normal mounts, you can't mount onto a drake. Fly over here.
Your false queen cannot stop us. We are the truth.
But they're flying on mounts. Yeah.
I have many, many wares.
Urquhart, deal with it. My pleasure. That's enough.
Fucking Christ. I think they were doing this shit earlier with that one boss. They're like throwing basically living bombs on each other.
Feel my wrath. That's enough. ashes! Scorched earth! That's enough! Knock you down! Take her!
5 minutes.
Feel my wrath!
Pull the sides first, please.
Scorched earth! That's enough! It was worthless to try.
He pushes around the lava blobs. I can't really choose which way I go. I can kinda... Thought we got those all before the dungeon. Like at the beginning, when we first went down here, didn't we pull it? Does it respawn all the side shit?
Your false queen cannot stop us. We are the truth.
They're all aren't here, so I guess I missed some? Okay. It could be they spawn? I saw them in one. I guess I missed them early on. Okay. The other group being more organized, I can't really, like these little blobbers on the ground or wherever they put the fire bombs. Like you'd have to basically make a corner. Oh my god, it's in 3 minutes.
Who is better than one? Help me, Kairaka! That's it. Feel my wrath.
Good.
Take her. Emanate riches! That's enough! It was worthless to try.
Battle res is down, and it looks like the healer ate a bomb. Like the circles? Yeah. He keeps complaining about that, but our healer literally just died because someone dropped a bomb on top of the little circle. They were doing that earlier with the fucking living bombs, where they just dropped them on top of each other and exploded each other's face.
Your false queen cannot stop us.
I guess maybe you didn't get the aggro fast enough?
The truth.
Yeah.
Deal with these operations. My friend. That's enough. Take her. Send. That's enough.
Oh my fucking god, I just looked away. And got him killed again.
Take her. Immolate witches!
Fucking shit.
Singe! Blown away! Feel my wrath! That's enough!
Yeah? Who the fuck is the other guy?
Immolate witches!
I can't, I guess he got pushed off the edge?
Blown away! Feel my wrath! That's enough!
Buddy, I literally don't have enough time to look at my fucking cooldowns, guys. Christ. Holy shit. Kept trying to res him, I couldn't find him. He was over here.
Thank you, champion. The life pools are safe for the
I got
moment,
0 rating for that.
But the primalists are still a threat. We must be vigilant, lest we be caught off guard again.
Good. Uh-huh. Good. They're in a blame game right now on voice comms, I'm sure. As a guild. Well, that sucks. That was our timer. Didn't get that in time, guys. 13 minutes over. 100% they keep blowing up each other. We could have even made that in time. They kept blowing each other up. Not getting aggro on the dragon, killed one guy once. I saw that where I got him killed. But other than that, he just took like maybe 1 or 2 hits and he's still fine. 100% killed like one guy once because I didn't take aggro fast enough. People were like fucking running near the healer, and I think someone killed the healer with a bomb earlier. Or the healer stood in the fire, one of the two. We had a bunch of deaths on the catwalk, the circular catwalk, where people were just like standing in fire or shit or dropping living bombs on each other. Holy shit.
Money, friend.
I did kill one guy once where I didn't get aggro fast enough though, and there, even after he said that, I was like, holy shit, what time is it? And it was literally right when he shifted phases. Like, absolutely wrong timing. Ruby Whelp. I mean, how much damage was my trinket doing? Eagle Dive, guys. Eagle Dive was 5% of my damage. 5% of my damage. 300 strength is not worth 5% of my damage. Yeah. Eagle Dive doing 5% of my damage. I don't know, 300, how much is 300 strength anyways? It's like 8%? Actually, it might be worth more than 5% of my damage. It's not linear, too. So, like, if I have a 8% increase in strength, it's a lot more than that in terms of damage amount. Trinket has no stats on it, except for the Eagle Dive. It's actually not super horrible. So what? 10% of my 10% of my health would be, or 10% of my strength would be 476. 311. So it's like 8%. $5,079, $47.68, and then of course they have abilities that increase it even further. So actually it might be time to retire Eagle, and that 5% is generous. That is during single target, where I'm not doing a lot more of my damage, and strength is going to help. It might be time to retire the Eagle, guys. Only 80 eye levels lower. Yeah. Alright. Bye, Eagle-chan. It was nice knowing you. Bye-bye! Okay. Say, call a Ruby Whelpling. People are probably wondering why I have a fucking bird trinket on too. Agility trinket. It has agility on it. You're not a hunter. Call your Ruby Whelpling to inspect your target's situation, teaching them how to be helpful. Yeah, let me take a look here. Ruby. Ruby Whelp Shell. I need to take a piss, guys. Be right back. Ah, okay. It changes either stats or healing damage priority for 24 hours based on what you are targeting when it's used. As in, you assign it a job for the day. Well, I used it. I don't think I got a buff for it. I wonder if it still worked or not. I don't know. No. As much damage as the hunter. Although he died in the last fight. As much DPS as the hunter, not damage. Basically stops when he dies, so. Good. We don't have enough time to do another one. If they were 30 minutes apiece, we would have enough time to do one, but I'm not going to spend 45 minutes. Will take me to 4:30. It might be even longer. It depends on how shitty it is. Yeah. Okay, well, what do we get tonight, guys? We got, like, nothing. We got this trinket. I guess is something. And no, I think we got the pendant tonight too. Really super amazing, but it's something. What mythic have we done yet? Azure Vault? Which I think if you do it on Mythic, you still get rating 0. Vault. We haven't done Vault on Heroic. There's Vaults. Okay. Yeah, we're going to do this tomorrow, guys. We will continue gearing my character. Ideally, we want all purple before we retire for this expansion pack. So all mythic gear. That might not happen. Sometimes you end up with a drop that you can't fucking get, and I'm not going to wait around for that. Where the fuck is my weapon? That's a good one. I should figure out where the weapon is. Just do. So it gives you one piece of extra gear from... This wasn't from the first guy, so this is from at the end. Where is my weapon, though? Chest, feet, back. What? Maybe it doesn't include it unless it's... Algathar Academy. Master, your attacks have a chance to strike out again, dealing 3,000 damage. I don't expect that to do a whole lot of anything, but... Nice flavor text. 605. 5. 183, 118. Trade almost no stats for that. I don't know. It's just basically a better weapon. And mastery 106, 196. $62, 132. Basically, all the weapons for the most part have been normalized in DPS. They have less DPS ones for the healers. Basically, the best one looks like the one out of the Nokun defense. Strike twice. Comments on it. Weird. It doesn't say make another attack, by the way. It just says it'll strike out again, dealing a certain amount of damage. They got on their way from that. They don't want to have a Wind Fury situation on their hands, right? Wouldn't want that. Wouldn't want that. There's a trinket from BFD, I think it is? Or RFD, where it gives you a chance to have another attack. People used to stack that with Wind Fury. I wouldn't want that, guys. That would be crazy. Got another attack. Insane. It was for twinks, by the way. People sitting at low-level caps. So that looks like what we want. My guess is it adds a tiny amount of damage. It's not barely worth it. That's obviously normalized, so it's PPM. It adds the same amount of damage, so you wouldn't want to get it out of control, right? Strike twice. I see. Pick level 5 dungeon or higher to increase its rewards item level. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Well, I'm going to call things here tonight, guys. Tomorrow will be more World of Warcraft, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. But I am out here for this evening, guys. We'll see how things go tomorrow. And luckily we didn't get kicked from any groups tonight, so that's always good. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed things, make sure to the follow button in the top right-hand corner. I usually stream every day from evening to late night. GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, it depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. I am out here for this evening, though, guys. It was pretty good, though. But, yeah. Alrighty, guys. Thanks for watching my stream, as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.